For you cannot step into the same river twice. When you step into the river a second time, the flow of water will have changed, and also will something within you. Neither you nor the river will remain the same. Good morning and welcome to TEDxNitteDU. I am Uttara Krishnan.
And I, Sai Pratiksha Karthikeyan, your hosts for the day.
Brace yourselves. Brace yourselves as we step into this metaphorical river where we begin our journey to decode the theory of change.
Without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker for the day. They are the masters of turning empty walls into jaw-dropping art. But their work isn't limited to beautifying the mundane streets and walls of India. They are also committed to spreading the spirit of art among the underprivileged through their collaborations with Bale Mane. They are also passionate in creating murals across cities like Kochi, Mumbai, Bangalore, and even Ethiopia as they endeavor to nurture creativity in young, innovative minds. Everybody, please put your hands together as we welcome our first speaker on stage, Mr. Vishnu Amber from Kalakara.
Hello everyone, my name is Vishnu. I am a graffiti and mural artist. I founded a team of artists who focus on doing wall painting. I remember when I was a kid, I used to come home from school just to start painting. I paint on paper, I paint on walls. That was my passion and my escape. Time went on, I ended up doing my engineering degree, and I became what I would like to call myself an unfortunate engineer. After completing my degree, I was like below average in studies, so I struggled a bit to find a job. I at last found a decent job in Bangalore. So working there for 2 years, that's when I realized that painting has always been my passion. So I decided to quit my job. Out of pure gut feeling, I decided to quit my job. That was the biggest or the first significant change in my life. Because when I decided to quit my job, I didn't have any formal education in art. It was just my childhood passion, that's all. And I have struggled so much to get a degree and then earn a job. And everything I'm leaving it just out of a pure gut feeling and a desire to become an artist. So change often is an underrated factor of success because it can transform you. So I quit my job. So after a few months, I found myself without salary. I moved from my apartment to a very small room near a slum in KR Puram, Bangalore. And then it was a struggle period because I spent all my savings to buy art supplies. And again, I couldn't afford that also, then I had to move back to my hometown. I didn't tell that I resigned from my job to my parents, the reason being I will not be able to convince them that I quit to become an artist, but rather they will try to convince me to get back to engineering job. So my parents were all shocked because they were expecting me to become an engineer, and here I am in front of them as a painter. And they started giving me a lot of lecture about, getting back to engineering job. My parents, my relatives, everybody tried to convince me to go back and find another job. But when you have a vision, You are the master of it. You are the one who truly understand what is your vision and what is your dream. Other people might not be able to completely understand what is inside you. So I somehow overcame all that, and I found some confidence, and I reached out to Sri Kumar. Sri is my childhood friend. We used to paint when we were kids. We used to paint together when we were kids. So I reached out to him, and I pitched the idea of, doing something related to art. Again, there were like questions what to do. After a lot of brainstorming, we decided to do murals. Because murals have a bigger impact. It is not, restricted to a canvas. So it has a bigger impact on the audience. That is the main reason we decided to do a murals. But we didn't know anything about just mural or art itself. But then we decided to learn. We started small, started inside my house. We took one wall and we did a painting, a traditional mural. This is our first ever mural we tried. It took us around 10 days to complete this mural. The reason we choose to trial a Kerala mural is because it is so intricate, because the lines has to be precise, there is blending, so much detail is there compared to other styles. So after doing this, we tried several other styles also. There were like instances where my room is complete of unfinished artwork, because we will do one painting. Once we gain confidence, we will not complete it because we already know that we have learned this style. We will move to other style because time is very limited. We don't have any salary. We don't have any job. So our aim was to quickly make this as an earning as well. So after this, we came back to Bangalore. We got some confidence and we came back to Bangalore. Initial months was a struggle because there were no projects. Then from our friend circle, we found a few projects. It was on and off. There were times that there were no project. That time we will focus on experimenting and then doing practicing and all that. So after a couple of months, then we decided to do our first public art. The reason we decided to do a public art is because, when you do something on the street, the public will have access to it. So many people will see. And we were experimenting inside our rooms and some houses. Now we can take it to the public to see what is the reaction of the public. So, but we were very much hesitant to start. The reason being, we don't have approval to take on a public wall. And I don't know if somebody will come and stop me. So we went to Koramangala, Bangalore, and painted one of the walls. Midway, people started coming and appreciating. Some people took photographs of the artwork. This is the first street art we did. And I remember one person came and told me, you guys have done a wonderful job, because otherwise people would come and take a leak or spit pan on these walls. Isn't that true? Because street art not just beautifies, it gives a theme, it tells a story. So I really feel that this can be the future of our streets. It not just cleans the wall, it takes it to the next level. So anyway, after this, we got few media attention. We got this featured in some newspapers and some online channels and all that. So after few days, we got a call from Indore Municipal Corporation. Seeing this, they wanted us to come to Indore, and they offered a big wall in the heart of the city, a 3,000 feet wall in the heart of the city of Indore. They asked us to paint, and we completed that painting in 20 days' time. So this is the painting we completed. And after that, again, this got featured in newspapers. Then we started getting more projects, more calls. One of the major challenges that we faced after that, after all this went, the articles came and all that, we started getting calls from corporate clients. MNCs based in Bangalore and other parts of India, but they wanted to visualize. They had a concept in mind. They want to conceptualize and digitally design the artwork before we execute. But how do we do that? We struggled, actually. We tried verbally explaining them, how this is how it is going to come out. Will be the colors, but they couldn't understand that. And then we tried sketching on paper. We did paper sketches. This was one of the first sketches that we did. But then this is just an outline sketch. How will the client understand? They were not able to understand how the end painting would look like. So that again was a failure. We missed a lot of leads. Then we tried painting on a canvas or a paper. Again, that didn't work out. The reason being, a painting would take at least a week's time to properly do it, even on a canvas. It needs to be done in a detailed way. That's how it will look good. But for every lead, we cannot submit a painting. So this again didn't work. Then a change was inevitable. We decided to use digital medium. We learned Photoshop within a week's time, and then we started submitting digital design. So this worked wonders because now the client understands what he gets. It's very easy to convert. This started, every leads, we started converting because now it is very easy. I can make a digital sketch and send it to them, take approval, and execute. So from Photoshop, again we moved to Procreate, and this thing actually worked for us. Our major break happened in 2019. I got this message on Instagram asking if you can travel to Ethiopia for a project. I initially thought it was a scam, so I didn't reply. Then he started sharing the details of the project. Then I shared him my email. He started sending all the details for the project. Then at the end only, I got to know that it was for the Prime Minister of Ethiopia's residence. They call it the Unity Park of Ethiopia. We traveled there and we finished the project in 20 days. So this is the project. We finished the project in 20 days and we met the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. We shake hands with him. The very next day, the Prime Minister's office tweeted the pictures of the artwork from his Twitter account. So after that, yeah, this is the one. This is the tweet that he did. And after that, we started getting a lot of projects, and we started converting all these leads into projects. So now, since the last 5 years, we have completed more than 100 commercial projects across India. So in conclusion, change is often considered as a fear factor, but then once you are ready to change, it can open to a lot of personal fulfillment. Because if I was continuing working my 9 to 6 job, not that it was bad, but then I will be burying all my dreams and passion inside me, and I will be continuing working there with a lot of regret. So since I was open to change, only with the desire, because I didn't had any formal education, I didn't know painting as much also. Only out of pure desire, I decided to quit the job and became an artist. So change can lead to a lot of personal fulfillment and success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vishnu Amber. Your words have surely given us an insight about lesser-known paths. Please accept this token of gratitude on our behalf.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh my God. Okay.
Our very first performance of the day is an intricate fusion of two beautiful art forms, embodying the various human emotions, thoughts, stories, and endless shenanigans. We have a scintillating dance performance by Shikara Dance Group. Originating in the year 2018, Shikara takes pride in its amalgamation of various dance forms represented by its members hailing from different parts of the country.
Recreating this aesthetic motion on his canvas will be Mr. Satvik. He is a talented young artist, perfecting the art of capturing the essence of live moments through his works. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome on stage
Shikara Dance Group
and Mr. Satvik K.
is a classical Indian dance form that originated in the state of Andhra Pradesh in India. The dance form is characterized by its intricate footwork, graceful movements, and subtle face expressions. Today, it is recognized as one of the major 8 classical dance forms of India and is performed both within India and internationally. Lavani is a dance form that stands out for its electrifying energy and sensual grace. It is derived from the Marathi word Lavanya, meaning beauty. It is a traditional folk dance that originated in Maharashtra and has gained popularity in the neighboring regions of Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and along the Konkan coast. Kalaripayattu, known simply as Kalari, is an Indian martial art and fighting system that originated in Kerala. The word Kalaripayattu is a combination of 2 Malayalam words, Kalari and Payattu, which is roughly translated as practice in the arts of the battlefield. It is taught in accordance with the Indian Guru Shishya system. with the Indian Guru Shishya system. Bharatnatyam is an Indian classical dance that originated in Tamil Nadu. The term Bharatnatyam means a dance that expresses emotions, rhythm and melody. Characterized by precise movements, sharp edges and expressive body language, this tradition has delighted audiences for generations. Kathak is a classical dance form from Uttar Pradesh. The term Kathak is derived from the Vedic Sanskrit word Katha, which means story, and Kathakar, which means the one who tells a story. Kathak performers exhibit stories through graceful hand movements, extensive footwork, flexible body movements, and most importantly, intense facial expressions.
सुहागन की नीरे मोसे नैना मिलाई के छाप तिलक नैना मिलाई के नैना मिलाई के नैना मिलाई के नैना मिलाई के छाप तिलक सब छीन नीरे मोसे नैना मिलाई के मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके तुमसे तुमको पाना तन मन तुमसे मन को जाना उलझन जियारे नैना चुप के हरे नंगुम सुन डोरी टूटे ना 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 बांधू मैंने जो संग तेरे देखे मैंने तो सब रंग तेरे ठीक है ना छूटे ना मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके
Garba is a devotional and ritualistic dance that is performed on the occasion of Navratri, which is dedicated to the worship of the feminine energy. The dancers move around the center in a counterclockwise circle, using simple movements while singing and clapping their hands in unison. Bhangra is a fusion of music and dance, which originates from the Punjab region of India and Pakistan. In its earliest form, it was a celebratory folk dance that welcomed the coming of spring, or Vaisakhi as it is known. Traditional Bhangra is performed in a circle and is performed using traditional dance steps. In a typical performance, several dancers execute vigorous kicks, leaps and bends of the body to the accompaniment of short songs, most significantly to the beat of a dhol.
That was a truly mesmerizing performance. Thank you, Shikara Dance Group and Mr. Satvik. Please accept this token of gratitude on our behalves. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is a man whose accomplishments seem to reach no end. Officially nicknamed as a doctor who makes a difference, his expertise lies in global public health, and his contributions include mandating seat belts in Mangalore in 2015, pioneering End Malnutrition Initiative, building the surge capacity for 21 district hospitals in India, Brian Resilience Mission, and many other initiatives which have impacted over 3 million lives till date. He was selected as a consultant for the United Nations Social and Economic Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and also serves the Atlantic Council, Washington, D.C. as Senior Fellow. He currently works as the director of the Edward and Cynthia Institute of Public Health, an advanced technical cooperation setup with Yanapoya deemed to be university, and is also CEO of CHD Group. Everybody, please welcome on stage Dr. Edmund Fernandez.
Hurry, they should go. Mic is on.
Yeah, I am excited.
Turn it off. A very good morning, one and all. And at the outset, let me first take this opportunity to congratulate TEDxNitteDU for putting up a fantastic event. In the year 2017, I decided to leave the health system and make medicine work. Last night, interacting with a lot of organizers in the TEDxDU Nitte, I realized India as a nation is in safe hands. The kind of medical students who are championing the nation's health system is very promising and inspiring. But here is the catch. We are almost 8 billion people on Earth, of which 4.5 billion do not have access to basic, essential health services. That's almost half of the planet. This led me in the year 2017 to address two questions which patients and which societies taught me. The first was, what can you do for us? And the second, was, what can you learn from us? I'm sure my colleagues here from the healthcare fraternity and also non-doctors who have been patients at some point would agree to this consensus that every patient teaches us two questions: what can you do for me, and what can you learn from me? Now this takes me back to my origins. I grew up in Mumbai at Don Bosco High School in Matunga, and this was a missionary school, a Christian missionary school. I did my 11th and 12th grade, or what you call it in this side of the world, pre-university college, in a Hindu society. And then I went on to complete my MD in community medicine from an Islamic university. This was my idea of India. And a story like mine is not possible anywhere in the world other than our great nation. In 2008, I joined MBBS at Father Muller Medical College, which was affiliated to Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, and I wanted to change the world. You've got the inroads, and now it's a matter of time I'm going to change the world. In 2014, after my internship, you know what happened? Any guesses? The world changed me. In 2008, I wanted to change the world, and in 2014, the world changed me. That's when I stepped back. It's like, okay, what do I really want to do with my life? Being a doctor is fine. Society thinks you're smart, you're intelligent, we know who we are. But what do you want to do outside of medical school? What do you want to do outside of health systems? To my good fortune, parents were supportive. So I said, let me register and start CHD group. The full form is Center for Health and Development, but over the years it's been branded as CHD group. Right after registering CHD group, I got into MD in community medicine at Yanapoya University. And this is when my understanding of medicine started to evolve, started to change. Because community medicine is not just a branch of medicine that looks at one side of the fence, but it looks at curative health systems, it looks at preventive health systems, it looks at policy, and it looks at research. Now, the real challenge started off. The 3 years of being in MD community medicine, my perspectives of the world started to change, started to evolve. At the end of MD community medicine, you know, CHD group was aging. So it started off in 2014, right after I finished internship, and then it grew over the years. So now was that inflection point for me. What do I really want to do after my MD? So I did get a lot of job offers from the United Nations, other international organizations. But then I started interacting with my mentors in the UN. Something hit me very hard. They told me, Edmund, you're coming here to work for the United Nations. You're not coming here to change the United Nations. It's like, that's the point. So then I went back and I said, I thought to myself, how about building power from below? CHD group is already a legal entity, it's existing, we've done events, programs, initiatives. What if I can create employment? What if this can be that very moment where the changing the world component starts in? And then my other side of mentors, they told me, if you want to build power from below, who do you think is your godfather? Do you have the Tatas and Birlas and Ambanis who are going to fund you? Then I told them, look here, I don't have godfathers, but I think God is slightly better than godfathers. And that's where we started off. The initial months did not get us any result. Went from pillar to post, selling the idea of healing the world. But it was an idea that only I think I believed in. I really doubt even my parents believed, because here is a guy who's finished MD and instead of making money, he's unemployed, there's no funds coming in, and he has a grand vision. But that vision is what kept us going, kept me going, and 8 to 9 months down the line, I finally found a donor who said, "You've been hanging around for too long. Why not we give you some money and see what you do, how far you go with it?" That was the first time somebody gave us 2 million rupees. Not a big amount, but probably when you're a student or you've just come out of med school, indeed a big amount. And they're like, "Go ahead, show us what you can do, and let us believe in that concept." And rest, as they say, is history. From that day on, we started to impact society like never before. And this process or this journey has taught me one thing, that as doctors or healthcare providers, we would still remain wounded healers. Med school teaches us to inspect, to palpate, to percuss, to auscultate. It does not teach you social determinants of health. It does not teach you commercial determinants of health. It does not teach you legal determinants of health. Ask yourself, what does healthcare really mean to somebody who lives 100 kilometers from here in a rural village? What does being a doctor really mean when you have people dying of war and genocide on a daily basis? What does healthcare really mean when somebody meets with a road accident? What we have done as healthcare providers is when there's a single accident or a single tragedy, we call it a tragedy. But when you have thousands and millions dying, we reduce human life to a number, to statistics. That's what we've made of our intellect. That's what we have made of our opportunities. And this is that very moment of introspection for all of us, irrespective of whether you're a doctor, you're a nurse, you're in other streams of service. Ask yourself this very question: what is it that you want to do out of your own life? And how can you be more resourceful to those who come after you? Can you really make this world a bit better than what you inherited as children of this universe? Our experiences of CHD group took us right from the hills of Wayanad to the corners of the India-Myanmar borders. It took us to the lengths of Jammu to the ends of Vellore. But in all of this, one thing what is clear is that no amount of assistance and intervention is sufficient, and every day matters for a ticking planet. There are few things in this process of CHD group that have really touched me, and one such instance I will share. This is the story of Suresh, his wife, and 2 children. So Suresh was a manual laborer working as a mechanic, a daily wager, and he lost his job in COVID-19. Some months down the line, heavy and severe flooding in his town led to inundation of water. Climate change became the perfect breeding ground for vectors and mosquitoes. To their misfortune, both of them got dengue fever. Unfortunately, Suresh suffered from dengue hemorrhagic fever and a platelet in free fall. He got admitted to the hospital. His wife thankfully recovered, but then she was running from pillar to post, checking with blood banks for platelets. In this process, the children getting 2 meals or 3 meals a day were reduced to a 1 meal a day or to a non-nutritious breakfast or food. Suresh, with God's grace, recovered, but the children from undernutrition slipped into malnutrition. So now the family was compounded with the problem of unemployment, malnutrition, weak health, and socio-economic challenges that surround them with absolutely no social protection. What does this tell you as doctors? How do you practice medicine with limited resources? Or how do you build a health system that works? That's where, from changing the world, I graduated to healing the world. What we need to look at is not how a patient comes to the hospital and what kind of care we provide, but what is beyond that kind of care that we cannot see. Typically, the iceberg phenomenon. This is where healthcare really matters. To those people who think medicine is all about stethoscope and pills, I beg to differ. It's not stethoscope and pills, but the human body is a very diverse and complex system that can only be solved if you look at the human body as a whole. What does this tell us as healthcare providers? Of course, it tells us about empathy, it tells us about healing, it tells us about care. But beyond of that, it brings us to the 2 questions which I, at the start of my talk, presented to you. What can you do about it, and what can you learn about it? The next instance which also struck me is when we were working in the northern belts of Karnataka and we were trying to end the burden of malnutrition. So here was a mother with 6 kids, and there was this child who was kind of playful, not very active, and in the eyes of the mother, you have like 6 children, so all of them are okay. And when we tried to assess the malnutrition status, we realized that the child is having severe acute malnutrition. And we told the mother, okay, this is that moment where the child needs support from healthcare systems and probably needs to get admitted into a nutritional rehabilitation center. And to my surprise, the mother did not agree. She said, no ways, I'm admitting the child anywhere. You can do whatever you want. And that struck me. On one hand, you have healthcare providers at your doorstep trying to diagnose something, and then on the other hand, you have the mother so reluctant to take the child to a health system. And then we actually had to threaten her, saying that if tomorrow the child dies, you would probably be going to jail on the grounds of culpable homicide, because you're just seeing the child die over there. It made no difference. And then the component of behavior change, communication struck us live. All the kind of top kind research that we publish in scientific journals would really mean nothing to the last person on the ground. All world level policies that are discussed at tables of governance would mean nothing for people at the last mile. And if we really want to be that change, if we really want to be contributing something from our side that can change the world, We need to look at systems, approaches, and innovations that can work for people on the ground. I hope today, with this small insight, years later, we can come back to this occasion and look at it and say, this was that moment that touched us. This was that moment that really made us feel we should be doing something other than what we are doing. In the end, the true meaning of life is to plant trees under whose shade you will never sit. Thank you very much and have a lovely day ahead.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. Please accept this token of gratitude on our behalf. Thank you, sir. Next up, we have a performance, something that is as mesmerizing as it is relaxing. They say that music has its own sense, its own flavor, and its own way of evoking all our senses while at the same time calming them. And who better than this acclaimed flautist hailing from this very soil? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Vidushi K.V. Madura, accompanied by Vidushi Varalakshmi, Vidwan Srinivas Murthy, and Vidwan Sridhar Shivshankar. we would like to welcome on stage Vidushi K.V. Madura, Vidushi Varalakshmi, Vidwan Srinivas Murthy, and Vidwan Sridhar Shivshankar.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to start the performance with Ganapati Kriti, Vatapi Ganapatim Bhaje. It's in the Raga Hamsadvani, set to Aditadu. Next presentation will be Sindaraga Kadana Kutuhala Raghuvamsha Sudhambudhi Chandrashri. It is, the composer is Tyagaraja Swami, set to Aditadu. Next presentation will be in the Raga Bindu Malini. It's Entamaddu Enta Sagusu, composer Sri Tyagaraja Swami, set to Aditalam. Now, I am going to present Western Note. It was composed by Muttaya Swami Bhagavatar. Actually, how this Carnatic music can be used in Western notes also, that there is only one or two compositions which we can definitely show that it can be played in Western style. And now we have listened to the Carnatic style, and the same swaras and same variety, it will be played in Western style also. I thank everybody for giving me an opportunity to perform in TEDx, and especially the TEDx team and Mr. Aryan for taking a lot of initiative to bring me here, and my team also. So I thank one and all for giving me an opportunity. Hope you all enjoy.
Thank you so much for that beautiful performance. Please accept this token of gratitude on our behalf. Our next speaker is a dancer, performer, choreographer, and a cultural curator. She has been accoladed as one of the 15 changemakers by Deccan Herald Bengaluru. She is also the founder of the collective Citizens of Stage Collab. Her work, in particular her choreographies, traverse into areas of gender, feminism, intimacy, and more recently, our relationship with the planet. She sees the artist as the key site of integration of worlds. Her performances and collaborations have traveled across India, Europe, Africa, and even the Far East. Everybody, please put your hands together as we welcome our next speaker on stage, Deepa Naidu.
Now? Better? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for having me and for that lovely introduction. I want to start this talk with a question to all of you. And my question is, what does intimacy mean to you? In your body, not what have you heard about it, what have you seen on screen, or what have you read, but what does intimacy mean to you in your body, in this life experience that you've had? And in order to access this, I'm going to invite you to try and remember or think about a person from your own life, a person who you really love to go to sleep with or wake up next to. And this could be a grandparent that you slept next to as a child. This could be a pet, a parent, a sibling, a life partner, a friend whose house you crash at very often. Okay? So once you've thought of this person, I want you to take a deep breath and sink into your chair, plant your feet on the ground, and just try to relive that feeling of sleeping next to them. The warmth of their body, maybe the smell of them that gets onto you, maybe also the awkward bits, like, you know, when they pull your blanket away, or when suddenly this arm comes and lands on your face. All of that stuff that we experience when you sleep next to somebody. Now, I want you to think about and notice the sensations and the feelings in your body as you relive this memory. Take a moment, spend a moment with your body as you remember. Once you start to feel this in your body, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask you to come back. And I'm going to show you these images. These images are from my work, Rorschach Touch, which is an intimate, immersive movement theater piece created upon these wonderful performers whose bodies have been my long-time collaborators, where my research has really come from. Now, what you just felt when you remembered your person and what you see in these images are the very definition of intimacy that I have encountered in my work. This being able to really feel into another person, this being able to receive or be received by another, this feeling of being so safe with this other person that you can laugh or cry in their presence, you can drop the facade, drop the mask, you can zone out and ask for your space, you can fall asleep. And very often, our intimate others are those people who invite the little child within us back into the room, or those people who invoke a great tenderness in us that we want to sometimes treat them like they're a little child. You know, when you pinch the cheeks of a grown adult, that feeling. My name is Deepa Naidu. I'm a choreographer and I'm a dancer. And since about 2014, I've been researching intimacy in the context of touch. Now, I feel like because we are sitting in the presence of academia and medical students, I have to qualify this word research. Artistic research is not always empirically data-driven as much as, say, scientific research is, but it is embodied in that it comes to us, the information comes through the body very often. It's archived in the body. It is collective because very often, given our art psychology, artists actually have to come together and take joint ownership in order for a research to sustain long term. And it is very often anecdotal, which means that we get our information from interviews and stories and conversations. And after a lot of assimilation and observation and investigation, we offer you a subjective experience, not really a declaration of fact and non-fact, but an invitation. And in our case, this invitation comes in the form of a performance and a workshop. It feels like we've reached a place in popular culture where it's common knowledge that intimacy is a physiological need, that it is a tool for joyful and healthy living, and that it's a social superpower. Now, I'm here today with an additional proposition, and my proposition is that intimacy is a tool for resistance. When I say resistance, I imagine you're thinking of, right? Or now the dancer's body knows about the marriage of opposites in the physical realm. In order to go up, I must go down. In order to go outward, I must first go inward. So what I'm here to talk about is this intimate service, this inner movement that maybe you are willing to do in order to push outwards, first the inner, then the pushing outwards, against whatever it is that you've picked as your battle, be it patriarchy or capitalism or casteism or gender discrimination. So here's how embodiment is a prerequisite for intimacy. I want to talk about an example of fast fashion, retail obsession, and stress eating. Very often, you would have encountered these terminologies, and some would say these are symptoms of the capitalist world that we have curated for ourselves. Capitalism and consumerism, in my learning, benefit from disembodiment. And being embodied is to really live in the body, to live through the body, to have this awareness that our imagination, our sensations, our feelings, our decisions are all happening through and in the body. It's very natural when you're upset or stressed to want to soothe yourself. On a day that you've spent hours and hours sitting in front of a gadget with your whole being poured into a screen, or you've sat in a little cubicle with artificial temperature, and there is no horizon for your eyes to meet, there's a good chance that on that day, you're not very embodied. And that's when you're going to walk past that cigarette tapri and buy a cigarette. And you're going to take in that deep breath that you need, but you're going to do it in a carcinogenic form. Or you're going to scroll online and just spontaneously buy those shoes, which you may or may not need, those shoes that will end up someday in a landfill. Or you are going to crave some yummy, thrilling taste on your tongue, and you're going to order some junk food, which is going to come in a packet, that's going to end up in the ocean, and that's going to give you some calories to worry about later, right? Now, my big trap is sugar, and I do this all the time. We spend so much money for that thrill, that confidence that the shoes gave, or that pause that the breath gave. On a day that I'm a little bit embodied, though, is the day that I might choose instead to do a yoga practice, or to cook a meal, take a nap, to go for a walk in the park, or to call an old friend and reinforce the connection I have with them. And so all of these choices have safeguarded not just the health of my body, but the health of this larger body, this planet, our home. Coming back to embodiment being this prerequisite for intimacy, the day you choose to go to the park is the day you choose to spend time with the trees. And when you're with the trees, you will notice these millions of little creatures that the trees support. And the information will be reinforced to you that bodies need other bodies. You will feel the aliveness of the tree, and this will make it a little harder to cut up that tree and sell it as furniture. This is the day I will look at a mountain and feel its spirit, and it becomes a little harder for me to chop up that mountain and sell it as tiles to be used in our homes. Now, this being present with nature, this intimacy with nature, at a micro level already destabilizes our learned separation from nature. And this learned separation, as you just saw, is what commodification thrives on. And this intimacy, just being in a park and being with those trees, far surpasses just human connection. It's planetary, and if we allow it, it can be interspecies. In this example, it is an invitation to say no to the ruthless buying. In a time of very dark binaries and separations among us, gender discriminations, caste discriminations, religious, linguistic, global north and south, you name it, we are being asked to separate. In such a time, the body becomes an important tool for non-separation. In fact, I would say it becomes a site for the integration of worlds of opposing ideas. I'm going to give you the example of the skin. Notice how comfortably the skin is able to have multiple experiences. In my project, Rorschach Touch, we created tools and mediums via which people could reach into their deepest touch memories from working with the skin. What we know is that the skin is somewhat the first sense organ. It develops when we are inside our mother's womb, floating in that amniotic fluid. And every time you float in water, that feeling is recalled, even if you don't think about it consciously. This skin is the interface where the baby first encounters the distinction between self and other. When you enter the room, I look at you and I define you, and you do the same with me. Everything inside that bag of skin is you, and everything outside is the world or is other. But look at the paradox. As you sit here in this chair, you know that your skin is your boundary between you and the world, right? You are inside, the world is outside. But as you sit here, your skin is telling you the temperature of the room. It's telling you how much light is on you. It's telling you if you're feeling dry and you need to hydrate, if you're feeling cold and you need to put on a jacket. So you are in the world via the skin. The skin is my container, but also my connector. The skin is my boundary, but also my bridge, via which I am in the world. And look how easily the body is able to hold those realities without a big fight or without thinking about it. And this is why I come back to embodied practice, particularly intimacy, as a tool for resistance. Now, here we are compelled to constantly declare, I'm pro or I'm against. I'm north or I'm south. I'm this or I'm that. In a moment like this, the body speaks the language of and. I'm really nervous to be standing here, and I'm so excited to share with you my work. I'm really irritated by my sibling all the time, and I love her forever. The language of and. Now, we discovered that through our work and our workshops, that the skin is like an archive, an encyclopedia of the life lived. Every single scratch, surgery scar, bruise, tattoo, pimple, beauty spot has a story behind it. I'm going to ask you to take a little moment and think of a mark on your skin. Yeah, do it as we are sitting here. Think of a mark on your skin. It could be a wrinkle that you just noticed, a cut, a tattoo, and take a moment to remember how that happened to you, the memory of the story of how it got there in the first place. Yeah? So as you remember this little story of how your skin acquired this mark, notice how you're so present. If I come and pinch you right now, You'll be very present. No, you're right here. But at the same time, you're deeply connected to your past. The skin is able to be past and present. Having said this, intimacy is not just about touch, and touch is not just about romance. Even though Bollywood would like us to believe this, I'm noticing constantly how the media sort of hijacks intimacy. If you look at commercial cinema, you'll see often two kinds of touch, right? You'll see the violent dishum dishum kind of touch, and you will see this aankhon mein aankhein dekhna, very aggressive checking out strategy, right? Now, you guys are mainly the Instagram generation. Sorry if you don't like that term, but if I walk in here and I look at you like this, immediately you will be like #creepy. Ayo, don't want, isn't it? So, of course, that eyes getting locked happens, that heart racing happens, the electricity in the room happens, but it's so nuanced, it's so subtle. It's not boom, boom, zoom, zoom, like how they show it on screen. So, if you, and we are kind of so disembodied these days with our gadgets and our life, that we sometimes can't even feel what's happening with our own heartbeat or skin. And if you lose connection with this, which is your interface, the space where you learn boundaries, where you learn pleasure, where you learn consent, you can't feel into your own body, then how on earth are you expected to feel into the thoughts, the sensations, the pleasure, the consent of another body? And wouldn't you say that at a time of huge violence against women and queer people, that it is a big act of political allyship to actually prioritize being sensitive to someone else's pleasure, comfort, discomfort, or consent? It's not always about protesting or posting online. All of that comes, but that's the outward part. First, my question is, what is the inward service you're willing to do in your body in order to be an ally? Now, intimacy is manifest in so many things, in a high five, in shared coffee or chai, in solidarity, in locker room banter, in shared fascination. And the body remembers intimacy, it remembers touch, but it also remembers the lack of touch. It remembers danger and it remembers unsafety. Every instruction that you've been given, don't talk to strangers, be careful when the auto drops you, no? Don't let it drop you outside your door. Make sure your phone is fully charged. All of those instructions, what are you wearing? Check what you're wearing before you leave the house. They sit in our body. This fight or flight, this ninja mode sits in our body. And this fear, as history students know, is what every leader or dictator has used across time to create the evil other, to divide and rule, to drive a wedge between us. And every act of separation in the human community, whether it's minority hating, or whether it's gentricide, or gentrification, or genocide, or casteism, has this fear-mongering at the root of it. So in this environment of mad separation and binary sort of enforcement, I started to think about how if I could create a performance that allowed people to feel their own body, their own sensations, or a workshop where people could be vulnerable in each other's presence and really acknowledge that you're as fragile as me, you're not out to get me. If I could do that, this itself could be a political act. This itself could be an act of resistance. And that's when I decided that intimacy would be my tool of resistance. And you know, again and again, from our audiences and workshop participants, I encounter this yearning for intimacy with a stranger. And this sounds very risky and adventurous, which is great, but this is not about that. Because in the face of that constant ninja mode, when you connect with a stranger, when you have compassion, laughter, kindness from a stranger, it reinforces to you that the world is a safe space. I don't know if it is, but it's just a much nicer feeling to be carrying around in your nervous system. I'm going to start wrapping up by talking about strange intimacies. About 2.5-hour solo performative event that I curated when I realized that people were yearning for intimacy with a stranger. The first thing that I do, this is between me and anybody who signs up, The rule is they have to be a stranger, so my friends can't come and do it. The first thing I do when I do strange intimacies is try to create a safe and non-judgmental space. And one of the acts I do is that I write the participant a letter that is so personal that I don't even want my mom or my best friend or my partner to read it. And by doing this, I dismantle the hierarchy of power that I hold as a performer. I try and become more vulnerable to them. There are a bunch of other things that happen which I can't share with you because it's really in a personal space. But I will end with this anecdote. In 2020, a young man signed up for a strange intimacy session. This was before the pandemic. He came in for the session and we had a very special session. I remember him, his story, his obstacles, his presence, and I very clearly remember his touch because he made me feel so safe. Months later, in the middle of the pandemic, I receive an email from him. And the email reads, the title reads, "From an old friend." He's very grateful. He thanks me for this non-judgmental, safe space that we were able to experience together. He says it was cathartic, and he even talks about certain shifts that have occurred in his life. I'm very excited and happy to receive the mail, and I replied to him very enthusiastically. 3.5 years later, a few months ago, I learned from Facebook that this young man has been killed in a tragic accident. I delve into Facebook, and through these Facebook trails, I find that his sister is well known to me for many years. I had no clue. This was a completely bizarre coincidence. I immediately go back to the inbox, start reading the mail, and I notice to my horror that he's actually sent me another email, a second email, which I didn't know happened because I was too hectic with the pandemic. And this mail is even more poetic. It talks about how he's dealing with the lockdowns and how he started to connect with trees, that interspecies connection that I was talking about, in a very special way. He even sends a photograph of his favorite tree and its exact location. I am besides myself with grief, and I'm sitting there in tears, feeling guilt, and I have to school myself into how can I practice intimacy even now? How can I treat him as if he were my own? Over the next few weeks and months, I watch as his sister unravels on social media, sharing her grief, sharing the family's devastation. And I start to realize that this second email was in a way a gift from him through me to his sister. And I dream of a moment when I will take his sister to his favorite tree. And the hope is that in that moment, his blood relative, his favorite tree, and this stranger who he allowed to watch him, to see him, to really see him for a brief moment, when we come together in his honor, that for just a minuscule second we are able to touch him again, to touch this person who has moved far beyond the skin. And this is the story of how strange intimacies can bring to you personal quantum moments that you couldn't have even imagined. I want to end by saying thank you to you all for listening. I want to wish you the deepest and the strangest of intimacies, and I want to wish us all embodiment. Thank you.
That was a truly insightful look into how small acts of intimacy have the power to shake the foundations of capitalism, consumerism, and institutions of hierarchy. Thank you so much, Dia.
Thank you.
Please accept this token of appreciation on our behalf.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Our next performer is here to captivate you and leave you spellbound. Quite literally. He is an illusionist who managed to change the landscape of magic, mentalism, and illusions. Born into a family of magicians, and here today to leave you absolutely entranced. Everybody, put your hands together as we welcome Illusionist Rahul Karbanda.
शुरू करते हैं जादुई परफॉर्मेंसेस का सिलसिला और सबसे पहले बुलाते हैं उस मजिशियन को जिनके पापा और भाई दोनों मजिशियंस हैं। पेश है डांसिंग मजिशियन राहुल।
Music. Check. Good morning, all. I am Illusionist Rahul Karbanda, and I am here to take you all on a little magical ride, or rather, I would say a digital magical ride. Well, I'll just share how everything started for me in magic. I used to go to my father's shows. He used to perform as a hobby, and I used to accompany him to his shows for his looking after his music, background music, volume down. So I used to look after his background scores, the lights and everything, these props. So that's how my interest began. But one day, I was sitting in a restaurant with my friends, and there, an idea just popped up. My friends used to tease me every time. Acha ye karke dikha magic se, acha wo karke dikha. So that's how it all began. We was just reading a newspaper, and they mentioned as ki kya is photograph ko, can you make it real? I found that very interesting idea, and I started working on that. And this is how it got developed. Like, taking a newspaper and a photograph, just with some magic, turning that photograph into a real object. So that's how it all started, and the different magic, the different illusions I was looking to perform started. Then came the era of digitization, mobile background volume down. As we all know that human beings are fascinated with technology and how quickly we adapted to mobile phones and tablets. So I thought, why not to create an act with and around the mobile phone and tablets? So I'll just show you what I mean. And I started using the digital magic and my tablet. Okay, so let me just power this on.
I'm sorry, I forgot to charge my tablet. It's not charged. But anyways, I have other ways of charging it. You know, taking the power from here and passing it on to my tab. Oh yes, it started now. So I was saying so this is where I started experimenting with digitization. I was very fond of drawing in my childhood. So I created an act around the drawing part, and the result came pretty good. So I have a digital color palette here with different colors: brown, orange, blue, yellow, green, and so on. And just like the other feature of drawing, I can erase or modify the way I want. I can recreate, I can redraw, refill the colors. Now this time, if I just draw a black circle here and fill this fully with color black, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, if I rub this a couple of times, this becomes a real ball and it comes out of the screen, just like that. So digitization kept giving me great ideas, and that's where I fusioned my classic version of magic with the digitization. And I worked on the audience connection part as well. So let's understand this with an act. Okay, who all have played or still play cricket? Cricket? Many of us. And in fact, not only cricket, this activity, the ball catching activity, we all have played in our childhoods, and sometimes we even play it now. So let's do a similar activity with a few fielders in the auditorium. Okay? So can you just stand at your position? A few fielders. We need a few fielders. Wait. Can you? One. Yes, you. Okay. 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5. Okay. 6, 7. I think that's enough. Wait. But you are too close. You're too close. One of you. Yes. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. You two are, the distance is much. Can you come a bit closer? Walk in a bit close. Yes, you two. You have to just walk in between. Just come and stand here. In between. Come closer, quick. That's enough. Now what we'll do is, since it's a catching activity, I don't have a cricket ball with me, but instead, since I'm an illusionist, so here's a deck I have. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to seal the deck with some rubber bands, and I'm going to throw the deck towards you. Okay, you catch the deck. First, I'll throw it towards you, sir. Or maybe I'll start from, okay, first I'll start from you, sir. Okay, so we have more fielders. You get the deck, you see any one card quickly, you remember the card, don't say the card, you have to keep it in your mind, the number and the color, the suit. You quickly throw it towards the next fielder. Whoever gets the deck, who are standing, quickly see one card, throw it towards the next fielder. Simple. We'll do it as quickly, okay? That's 1, 2. Oh, no problem. 3, 4. There, ma'am. 4, 5. Yes. Quickly. 5. Next. 6. Quickly. 7. There. 8. There. Yes. 8. Good throw. Good catching. 9. Come to me. Come towards me. Come quickly. And throw it towards me finally. Throw. Okay. So the catching and throwing has been very good. Hope you all have not selected this card, because this is too obvious. Everyone can see this. This is not the card that you have seen or selected, right? So you all have seen one card somewhere from in between the deck. Now, every deck has these suits, these colors. Diamonds, red diamonds, black spades, red hearts, and black clubs. So you must be having one color, one number each, or maybe a picture next to any one of these, right? So I want you all to please focus right here next to your suit with your card. Just focus and visualize as if you are seeing your card on this sheet next to your selected suit. You all are focusing here, everyone? Now I'm going to name some cards. If you hear your card, please sit down. Four of diamonds, seven of spades, nine of hearts, jack of clubs, queen of hearts, ace of spades. Okay. Okay. So the connection was perfect. Normally it doesn't happen 10 on 10. So here it worked 10 on 10. Great, great, great. So we have a great connection already. Awesome. Okay, now it's time to do a quick card act. Now who all or anyone needs someone here who understands playing cards very well? खेलते तो सारे हो, हाथ कोई उठा नहीं रहा. कोई nobody is gonna judge you. आ जाओ. Are you sure? यहाँ कोई कार्ड्स नहीं खेलता? चैंपियन नहीं बुला रहा मैं सिर्फ ये कह रहा हूं कार्ड्स के कौन कौन खेलता है. ग्रेट ग्रेट ग्रेट. हाय, वेलकम. Hi, so name?
Akash, right?
Akrish. So Akrish, we're gonna do something with the cards. Yeah. Now this is a jumbo size deck so that everyone can see the deck. That's the only reason why I'm using a jumbo deck. So you all quickly just go through the deck just to see. This is a normal deck, no duplicacy or anything special about this deck. Looks a normal deck, right? Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shuffle the deck. You say stop anywhere, I'll show you the card. So you are free to say stop anywhere. But the only condition is that wherever you will say stop, I should have some cards in my hand. Okay. Right? So it's not that ki mere card hi khatam ho jaye and you don't say stop. Ready? Ready? Yeah. Cards khatam ho gaye. Stop. Okay. Okay. Please take out this card and show it to everybody. Done. And so we can see the rest of the deck is absolutely normal. You are free to push this card anywhere in the deck and shuffle it to your satisfaction. Quickly. Done? Done? Okay. Now what I'm going to do is since I mentioned that I was very fond of drawing, so I'm going to draw the very same card that you have just drawn out. That's the idea. I'm very good at drawing and I can draw the exact card. Okay, that's what I'm going to present. So I think, can you please just visualize, focus on the card in your mind. You have it. I think it was a very, very strong suit. For the number, I think I can't get the number as for now, but मुझे लगता है कि the number 2 was it was a picture. Please focus on the card, please focus on the card. It was a picture card with king, queen, king. It was a picture card for sure. So king of spades was the card that you showed it to the audience? No kidding. Really? Huh? No, just tell me. It was not the card. Okay, audience, though I'm still just reconfirming, this wasn't this the card that he showed it to you? Though I believe him totally. See, sometimes, you know, the ad can go here and there. So, nothing is matching, the suit, the number, nothing is matching. Are you sure? Okay, let me just quickly think my backup act. Oh, I got it. Where is the card right now? And in your hand, in the deck. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. I was supposed to draw the whole of the deck. So my card is also inside this deck. Just as your card is there in the deck, my drawn card is also inside this deck. Now it matches? Perfect. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for, I think, though he is impressed, he is pretending as if you are impressed, but I am sure ki ye baat bani nahi. What if I say, ladies and gentlemen, that trust me, my drawn card is actually inside this deck. I'll just take it out, watch. Music, louder. This was the card, ladies and gentlemen. This is for you as a souvenir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so this worked well. Okay, now let's do something interesting again. So, sir, are you carrying your wallet with you, sir? जी आप ही को कह रहा हूँ सर. जी आप ही को कह रहा हूँ सर. आपके पास सर you're carrying your wallet with you. आपको क्या लगता है आपके वॉलेट में 100 रुपए के कितने नोट होंगे? 100 रुपए नोट्स. Just a guess. You have to. Please come here, sir. No, don't take it out. Don't take it out. Please come here. Please कोई एक नोट निकालिए सर. दोनों नोट निकालिए बाहर. हाँ. हाँ ठीक है. कैन यू प्लीज कम हियर सर. मैं इसमें से ये वाला नोट ले लेता हूँ सर. ठीक है. एंड आई एम गोना गिव दिस नोट 4 folds and this will be in your view all the time. I'm keeping this here, so this will be in your view all the time. Please take your seat. I'll just call you back. So sir, before you go back to your seat, just confirming, हम कभी मिले हैं शो से पहले? This is our very first interaction, right? We have never met before the show. Please take your seat. Okay, and before I move on, I forgot. I have a surprise here. I'm carrying a surprise with me, which I'm placing here. Okay, here's the surprise. So I'll just reveal what's inside. So sir, I've just taken a 100 rupee note from you, and it's right here. And let's take someone from the back. White t-shirt. I can only see a white t-shirt with writing here on your shoulder. Yes. Please take out your mobile phone. Open the phone book. Open the phone book. Please scroll it quickly till you reach the end. Have you ever met before this moment? This is our very first interaction. Okay, please scroll it. Done. Lock the phone. Keep it in your pocket. Lock the phone. Keep it in your pocket. Now tell us any one name that comes to your mind from your phone book. Tell us. Sorry? Yes, one name. Any one name from your phone book. Neetu, is she here? ठीक है. Please take your seat. I'll just come back to you. And finally, this side, yellow t-shirt. Yes, look. आप ही को कह रहा हूँ. Yellow t-shirt. Yes, please. Do you drive? Oh, next person, do you drive? Okay. So when we drive, normally we approach traffic signals. There are 3 lights in traffic signals: red, yellow, and green. When we are driving, we see a green light, green signal. We feel happy that we have saved time and we cross it quickly. When we see a yellow signal, we are even happier and we cross it even more quickly that we have saved that last millisecond. And sometimes we are happy seeing a red signal also. Maybe we have a pending work that we need to do on a mobile phone. We need to relax, or we have been coming from a long drive. So sometimes we feel happy at seeing red light, red signal also. So different situations, different selections, different choices. Suppose if you're driving right now and there's a signal about to approach, which color signal traffic light you want to see? Red. Please take your seat, I'll come back to you. Oh, sorry, you have to stand. You have to stand, sorry. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to draw something. I'm going to draw something on this envelope, and then I'll ask you a question. Okay, then I'll ask you a question. First I'll draw something on this envelope, and then I'll ask you a question. Okay, wait. And till then, please be neutral with your thoughts. Just don't think anything. Okay, just be neutral with your thoughts. Okay, it's done. And you have to just tell me that are you 100% sure, or can you tell us that what exactly I have drawn on this envelope? Are you sure? Okay, can you tell us with full conviction इसमें मैंने क्या बनाया अभी? Did you say a no? No ही बनाया मैंने. See, yes, seriously. So this was the prediction. You are about to say something. I already wrote it here. See, jokes apart, this was not the surprise. Surprise is inside this envelope. Normally what happens is, before every show, I want to give my best to the audience, to the show. So I want the outcome to be the best, to be different every time. And while thinking, these thoughts, so whenever I go to bed a night before the show, these things just keep buzzing in my mind. And I just don't get a proper sleep every time. It's not the pressure, it's just I want to perform better. And yesterday night also it happened, and I had a vision, the exact moments that has just happened, and I penned that down. So, wait, I'm gonna just show this to you. So this reads as prediction, Bhavishwavani. Today, on 9th June 2024, during my performance at TEDxNitteDU in Mangalore, my audience will select the traffic light color red, the name they will choose from their phone book will be Neetu, and the serial number of the 100-rupee note will be, before we read this, sir, you need to please come here and confirm the Sir, you have to just open and read what is the serial number of this 100-rupee note. Please read. Hey, please. So is it 318203? Is it 318203? Hope you all are enjoying the show. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And sir, one thing, sir. What if I say, one thing, sir. What if I say that the 100 rupee, ये जो आपके पास था, you were carrying with you, this is the most magical 100 rupee note you were carrying with you. Did you had an idea? No? Can I have it again? This is the most magical 100 rupee note maybe you will ever see, because, ladies and gentlemen, if I fold this couple of times, 1, 2, 3 and 4, let me just reopen to show this is still a 100 rupee note. 4 folds, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and this time a small magic, and this turns into a 200 rupee note. Sir. Thank you, please. Hope. Okay, sir, before I move on, please reconfirm and please assure that this is a real 201, because I move on to my next act, then there will be no liabilities. It's a real 201. Please take your seats, sir. Thank you. Oh yes. Okay. So, so this was about the digitizations and how I kept experimenting with. Do I have time? Excuse me. Do I have time? I have time, right? Okay. So, just another example of the money act. I actually love performing the money acts related to Okay, so this was about the digital magic along with the connections. You think of something, I predict that, or maybe I read your mind. Now let's do an experiment. You know, normally I want to do new things with every performance, and I don't mind if they even go wrong. So I'm up with an experiment today. Let's try this, even if it doesn't work. It's okay. Let's try this. So what we have been doing till now is कि आप कुछ सोच रहे थे और मैं बता रहा था, right? Let's do it the other way. Okay, let's do it the other way. So let me have someone here. अब करेंगे हम ये कि that person will tell me any name from the world, you know, any name. वो मुझे बताएंगे नाम और आप सब मुझे बताओगे कि इन्होंने मुझे क्या बताया. Okay? So let's try it the other way. Okay? So ठीक है, वहां से सबसे पहले आपने हाथ उठाया था. आ जाओ. Okay, now you have to think of any one name in your mind. Any one name from, that can be an actor. Sports personality. Please take your time. Take your time and think of any one name in your mind. You have it? Great. So I'm going to switch my mic on, and then you will tell me the name. So, okay. So very unusual name. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to, let's just reconfirm ki check one. Check one, check. Okay, this is the name that you have just told me. Okay, let's go closer to the audience. Come. Okay, now audience, we're gonna send some signals to you. You have to just catch the signals. Okay, just try to catch the signals and tell us that what exactly name that he has just told me, and I've written it here. Okay, just focus. Ready? So what we're going to do is we're going to close our eyes together and we'll shout the name in our minds 3 times. Okay, on my command we'll shout the names as loud as you can in our mind, obviously. So, and they'll catch the signal and they'll tell us ki kya naam hai. Ready? On my command, 1, 2, 3. Please close your eyes. Open your eyes, please. Done. So did you get the signals? Did you get the name? Huh? See, we are already sending the signals. You have to just catch the signals. Focus, focus. Okay, let's make it easier. Let's make it easier. We all have a device with us that can catch the signals, right? We all have. Please take out your mobile phones, everyone. Everyone. Open the Wi-Fi and see what signal we have just sent it to you. और ये किसका आ गया? हाँ? प्लीज रेज योर हैंड जिसका आ गया ये. और किसी का नहीं आया? यू हैव इट. आ गया सबका? काफियों का आ गया होगा. आप ही का नहीं आया. आप ही पेट है. देखो एक मिनट देखो. आ रहा है. इज इट लोडिंग? हाँ, ओके. वही किसी का आया, किसी का नहीं आया, बट इन्होंने मुझे बताया इन्हीं का नहीं आया. आपने बट एनीवेज, सो दिस वाज अ लिटिल एक्सपेरिमेंट. थैंक यू. So this was a little experiment that. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so let's do a quick exercise at the end. I want you all to please just rub your hands together like this, then stretch them in front of you like this. Yes. Next is you do your hands like this, touch, back, down, touch, and back. We'll do it one more time. Those who are not doing, please participate. This is very interesting. Please rub your hands till you feel them warm. Next, stretch. Make sure they are parallel and thumb is stiff up facing the sky. Okay? Now touch, back, was just a touch. Clap nahi bola, touch, just a touch. Feather touch, yes. Clap, yes. Now, down. This time, open your fingers and cross your hands. Like this or like this, your call. With your thumb down, like this. Yes. Then you say 1, 2, 3, and slowly just turn your hand like this. So, see, this was a mirror effect. My right is your, my left is your. So you do these steps standing in front of a mirror. You will get a clue that how this is done. Okay, do try this, and please don't injure yourself. So thank you. I conclude my session, and I hope. Thank you. Can we make a video together? So just for my memory at TEDx. Yep. So TEDx, NITEDU. Thank you, and I thoroughly enjoyed performing for you all, and I hope आपको भी उतना ही मजा आया होगा. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. This was amazing. I had a great time being here. Thank you. Sure.
That performance has surely left us all entranced. Thank you, sir. Please accept this token of gratitude on our behalf. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now proceed for lunch, which will be served right outside the auditorium. We request you to be What's a better way to lighten our souls than some scintillating melodies? Hailing from Nammakudla, she is playfully called the master of rhythmic longing. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome on stage Friselle D'Souza.
Hello. How are we doing? Good afternoon. You guys having a good time so far? Alright, thank you so much, Sai Pratiksha, for the intro. My name is Friselle D'Souza. I am 24 years old. And I frankly think I'm going through an identity crisis and I don't know what I'm doing at TEDx. This is a first for me. I want to brief you about before we get into the first song. My parents, even though I've never worked a day in my life as an architect, will still say I'm an architect depending on who's asking and not a musician. But that's just the society we live in, right? Because what will people say? My parents and my older sister, they're all in very reputed fields. And so I studied architecture because that's also a very reputed profession, right? And somewhere along the way, COVID happened, and I decided, you know what, let me write a song and just put it out for the heck of it. I'm still going to become an architect. And I released that song, and it did fairly well. And then I wrote another one, and I wrote another one, and that one hit 1 million streams. And then eventually, I graduated, and I released an album. And I thought, okay, you know what, let me take a break from applying for a job because I was getting so many gigs that I couldn't apply for a job. And so I took a break for a month. That month became 2 months and became 6 months. And now it's going to become 2 years of taking that break. And I guess that's how I ended up at TEDx in front of you guys. I don't have much advice to give you guys, but this is my story and I'd love to share it with you. Thank you. So this first one that I want to sing for you is a song that I put out about 4 days ago, and it's about embracing life when it doesn't go in a straight line and it's all wonky and it's asymmetric, if you will. This is a song called Symmetries, and yeah, let's go.
Oh, so easy to be confused. Live by the book or don't, you wouldn't be excused. A price you pay to win a game, just to be more than one song, the outside looking in. I grew up in a city of perfect squares, all I knew, and blacks and whites and ones and zeros. I could swear to you, if you didn't know what to do, just pick a path, you know it's laid out for you. But this isn't what I knew, 'cause I don't know what you mean when you say be yourself. Oh, to think I lost my way. Let me be the symmetry. Let me be symmetry. Is it in style yet to be asymmetrical? Oh, I could use it, I'd be less critical. Tell me how to stop worrying about these things, they don't matter. Oh, how could I let the world see this freaking mess? Oh, to think I'd gone astray. The symmetry is wearing me down. Don't you see? The symmetry is not where I can be. Oh, let me be. I'm not life of the party. The symmetry is wearing me down. Don't you see? Let me be.
Say hello to my mom and my sister who are here.
Let me Call me weird, call me pretty. Say I've changed, say it's unlike me. Call me weird, call me pretty. Say it's strange, say it's crazy. But the symmetry is wearing me down. Don't you see the symmetry is not where I can be? Oh, let me be. I'm not life if the party surrender. Morning symmetries are surrounding. The symmetry is wearing down on me. We're a strange little breed. Don't you see the symmetry is wearing me down? Don't you see? So say I look my best in my asymmetry. Let me be. Symmetry. Let me be.
That was symmetries. Thank you. If you like that, do go check it out on Spotify. That would be great for me. All right. To tell you a little bit more about myself, I grew up in Mangalore. How many of you are from Mangalore? Oh, awesome. Give me a cheer if you're not from here. How are you guys finding it? The silence was loud. I grew up in Mangalore and I love the city. I love how slow and beautiful it can be. And awesome. But my family and I were all beach lovers. And we would drive up to Goa every year. And there's just something very ritualistic and beautiful about loving the ocean but being terrified of stepping into the water. I absolutely couldn't, and I would always have to hold my mom's hand while I was there. And during COVID, we couldn't go, obviously, and it was one of our last problems, but I missed Goa, and so I wrote this little song about it. It's called Drown Away. Here we go.
Riding down in that old Chevrolet, I had a dream of a little girl laughing all her worries away. She had curls in her hair and wore tight little shorts and was scared of the water. She didn't know why. She held Mama's hand and everything was okay. And she said, Mama, don't let me drown away, drown away, drown away. Mama, don't let me drown away, drown away, drown away. Riding down in that old gray Ford, she saw trees running back and forth and wondered why the sun would stay there. Oh, it was cooler on the hills but closer to the sun. Questions to ask and she didn't know why. She held Mama's hand and everything was okay. Oh, she said, Mama, don't let me drown away, drown away, drown away. Mama, don't let me drown away, drown away, drown away. The salt, the sand, the trees, the breeze, the rocks, the air, her locks, her hair, the salt, the sand, the trees, the breeze, the rocks, the air, her locks, her hair, the salt, the sand, the trees, the breeze, the rocks, the air, her locks, her hair, the salt, the sand, the trees, the breeze, the rocks, the air, her locks. Tranquility, Horizons of the sky will fall upon me. So mama, can we stay here a while longer?
Thank you. Yeah, that was a song about loving the ocean. And I think, like a lot of us who are beach lovers, can you give me a shout if you're a mountain person? All of us are beach people? That's awesome. Okay, give me a proper cheer if you're a mountain person who loves going up to the hills. Okay, now I see you guys. So I had one such friend who was a mountain person, but went through a really troublesome breakup during the lockdown when it was already a very, lonely time. And I remember he sort of disappeared for a couple of days and I had no idea where he went. And on the 5th day, I just received like this screenshot on WhatsApp, which was a diary entry that he had made. And he said, I went up to the mountains and I just had to grieve. And I found myself in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by hills. And I felt like screaming her name out loud because that's the only way I can sort of, just vent out this anger. And in a way, it's almost like the only person that knew what was going on was me and the hills. And when I screamed her name out, I could hear the echo back. And he wrote that in a very beautiful way. He said, "The hills know of you, they say your name back to me." And that was so beautiful and it stuck. And I wrote a song and I never showed it to him. And it goes something like this. This is called "The Hills Know of You."
I think you'd stay with me, baby, if I told you what you mean to me. My heart is aching, why don't you see you're the one for me? The hills know of you, they say your name back to me. And each time it's more deceiving, it makes me feel crazy. 'Cause I think you'd stay with me, baby, if I told you what you mean to me. My heart is aching, why don't you see you're the one for me? It's about time. Your picture came off the wall. 'Cause my baby, you deceive me. You make me feel crazy. 'Cause I think you'd stay with me, baby, if I told you what you mean to me. My heart is aching, why don't you see you're the one for me? There are things I won't get used to, like not hearing you say I love you. That summer's night you call me, I told myself it wasn't true. But I thought you'd stay with me, baby, if I told you what you meant to me. My heart is aching, why don't you see you're the one for me? They say your name back to me. They say your name back to me. They say your they say your name, the hills know of you. Thank you. I eventually showed it to him and he loved it, and it became the title of my first EP, which is out everywhere and you should check it out. And this next one is also from that same EP. Do you guys sing? How many of y'all are singers? Like if you know some of your friends that do sing, give me a cheer. A lot of y'all, I'm assuming? Okay. Would you help me sing this next one? No? Will you help me sing this next one? Okay. I won't judge you guys, relax. Okay. This next one is about someone who's gonna make the very stupid mistake of getting back with his ex. Too many of you here. Alright. I need to hear you guys singing very loudly. You guys have just had lunch, so I'm counting on that. You guys. I can't hear any of y'all. Let's wait for a while. Oh, I saw someone, but it wasn't you. They said witty jokes, wore thrifted clothes, and no one knows they're everything I miss. Oh, I met someone, but it wasn't you. There are hints of you in everything they do, in everything they do. Oh, I've spent the last 6 years trying to get over you. But when I met you yesterday, I just had to ask you this. 'Cause I'm naive and I'm silly, and I fall in love a little too quickly. Tell me if we were to fall back in love, would you fall just as easily? And seasons change, yet you remain in the back of my head. And reasons fade, but I've still stayed to hear you say I've fallen in love 6 different times. If I'm being frank, they were all you. 'Cause I'm naive and I'm silly, and I fall in love a little too quickly. Tell me if we were to fall back in love, you fall just as easily? Will you fall just as easily?
You guys are damn cute.
Well, I'll meet someone and it won't be you. We'll grow old together, and I might get over you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was really lovely to watch. All right. This next one's unreleased, and this is going to be a fun one. You guys ever meet toxic people in your life? That's all of us, I'm going to assume. I met one such person a few years ago, and this person's biggest red flag, he was a walking, talking parade of red flags. And I think one of his biggest ones that I despised was that he would smoke a lot, and I don't have anything against people smoking, don't do it, but he would smoke and then say something like, you know what, you cause me so much stress and anxiety that I have to keep smoking. And that feels like, I know, right? Boo. And that sucks. But I don't smoke. But I felt like, you know what? If I were someone who was smoking, I'd probably smoke my last cigarette the day I stopped talking to you. And I did cut him off eventually, and it felt like a dream. And And I wrote this song, which is the closest thing I can write to a diss track, probably. This is called My Last Cigarette, and I don't know when it's going to be out, but I hope you enjoy this.
Everybody says I'm back to being me. Time hasn't ever felt so free. Happiness is all around now that you're gone, 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 gone. Will you ever get your head out of the sand? 'Cause everybody knows I'm done with you. 'Cause my last cigarette on the 1st of June, the day I decided to walk away from you and your red flag parade and your haunting charades, they led to my last cigarette. Did you think I wouldn't notice your masquerade games? They said fake it till you make it, think you aced it till you wasted it away. Will you ever get your head out of the sand? 'Cause everybody knows I'm done with you. 'Cause my last cigarette on the 1st of June, the day I decided to walk away from you and your red flag parade and your haunting cigarette. I decided to walk away from you and your red flag parade and your haunting charade.
that was my last cigarette, and we're down to my last song, and I hope you guys have had a good time. How's it going so far? All good? Awesome. Thank you so much to TEDxNitteDU for having me on, and to all of the student volunteers that have made this such a breeze. Thank you, Madhur, and like all of y'all who have helped me out. This is my last song, and yeah, I don't have much advice to give you guys, but if anything from what I've learned, don't be afraid to take a risk, I guess. With risk comes reward, and you just love your life at the end of it. Go check out all of my music. I'd really, really appreciate it. And this one's called Foolish Once Again, and here it goes.
Let me slip my hand into your cold brown palm, a little tan. Your fingertips meet mine there. The way your skin just can't compare. So I'll pick my head up just like I used to, and let the music guide your way. Let's dance till we fall in love. Let's dance till this falls apart. Take a chance, it won't be so hard. Understand, I like it where we are. Where we are, where we are. Don't look down, are you scared? We'll make mistakes time again. It's one of those things that I can't explain. So take my hand, 'cause we'll be waltzing again. So I'll pick my head up just like I used to. Can we be foolish once again? Let's dance till we fall in love. Let's dance until this falls apart. Take a chance, it won't be so hard. Understand, I like it where we are. Where we are, where we are.
Thank you so much. That was my time. Have a great day ahead. My name is Friselle D'Souza, and I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
That was a beautiful performance. Thank you, Friselle. Please accept this memento as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. Conquering the brutal continent of Antarctica, this fiercely determined woman became the first female and the third such officer to take part in Climate Force Antarctica 2022 expedition. Several obstacles emerged in her glorious journey, but nothing seemed capable of holding her back as she returned home victorious. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a powerful woman and a torchbearer to a mission we must all be committed to: the fight against climate change. Everybody, please welcome IFS Officer of the Karnataka Forest Services, Deepa J. Contractor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to take all of you with me on my journey to Antarctica. May I have the clicker, please? Thank you. So let us begin. I received this email on the 19th of August, completely unexpectedly. And a friend of mine had recommended me to Mr. Robert Swan to join him on his Antarctica expedition. I called my friend and asked her, "Why did you do this? I don't think I'm in any shape to do this." She said, "Of course you are, and of course you will." So with those words of encouragement, I went through the selection process, and on the 31st of August, I was given my selection letter. They had mentioned in the welcome kit that I would have to be moderately fit, along with all the other requirements of gear, so on and so forth. So I started training. But within 2 short weeks, I encountered severe pain in my knees. On consulting my orthopedic doctor, he told me that I had some form of arthritis. He put me on a regimen of physiotherapy and supplements, but he also made me promise that if he doesn't give me a clean bill of health, I should drop the entire idea. I was a little disheartened, but nevertheless, I kept on training. By November, I was doing really well. But around Diwali, I was again back into the hospital with appendicitis. And again, I had to undergo surgery. So I am negotiating with the doctor. Can we avoid this? Can antibiotics treat it? But he said, no, surgery is the only way. But don't worry, you will be out of the hospital in 3 days. I was very encouraged. We went with the surgery. Once it was done, he tells me, now for next 6 weeks, you can't train at all. So now what to do? Now since I was benched, I decided to do my paperwork. While doing that, I realized that Argentina, our host country, is not accepting the Covaxin certificate. But with the help of few kind seniors in Delhi, finally it was sorted out. By this time, it was February. And then my husband contracted COVID. By this time, I was starting to get desperate and self-doubt had started creeping in. But despite all of this, I was finally able to board my flight on the 14th of March. Here too, things did not go very smoothly. I was going to transit through Germany. On arriving there, there was a strike of the security personnel. So immigration and security took a really long time. But somehow I was able to catch my connecting flight to Buenos Aires and further going to Ushuaia. Now, till I saw this in front of me from my plane window, I had not realized what was happening. There was one hurdle after the other and I was just functioning on autopilot. But then finally, when I saw this, the enormity of everything dawned on me. And this was the scene that greeted us when we entered our hotel. Remember, we are still not out of the shadow of Omicron. So many doctors and nurses in PPE kits were waiting with COVID tests to see and judge our fate. On that day, participants from 36 countries arrived. And out of 175 people tested, 4 were already positive. With that dire news, whether expedition happens or not, whether we participate or not, with that anxiety, we all went to bed. But the next morning, the view out of my window filled me up with new energy, and I was ready to have our first interaction with Mr. Robert Swan. He is a polar explorer who has been multiple times to both the North and the South Pole, and he is also a climate activist, and he is trying to fight to make sure that the Earth remains safe and the poles remain safe from the effects of climate change. He says something very interesting. He says the world or the planet is not something that we have inherited from our ancestors. It is something that we have borrowed from our future generations, and we need to keep it safe for them. After the briefing, we went to the Cerro El Arquín National Reserve, which is like a national park of our country, and we trekked there, and we were enjoying the beautiful sunny weather. But by the time we got back to our hotel, we were given a glimpse of the true unpredictable Patagonian weather, and we knew what the expedition is going to be like. After this, the next day, we went to Marshall Glacier. This was an acclimatizing trek. We also did our gear check, learned about grips, and it was a slightly more technical trek, preparing us for how it was going to be while walking on the glaciers of Antarctica. So on my way back, I was just really happy. As you could see, my balance on flat ground itself is not very good. So not falling or breaking anything was a huge achievement for me. Finally, after another set of gear checks, another set of COVID tests, we were ready to board our ship, the Ocean Victory. We were going to take a journey of 1,200 kilometers across the dreaded Drake's Passage and reach the northern tip of the Antarctic Peninsula. We were going to restrict ourselves to the western half of the continent, and that is also the part which is most affected by global warming and climate change. We were told to take anti-hematic or seasickness medication from the time we boarded the ship. But for some reason, I decided not to take it. I was very overconfident. I've been to the Andamans. My foray in the Arabian Sea has been fine, so this should be nothing. I was wrong. For next 38 hours, this is what the sea looked like, and I had to survive on a single piece of dry toast because I couldn't eat anything else. The morning also was no better because I couldn't get any sleep. When I would sleep, as soon as the ship would go up and come down on the waves, I would feel as if I have fallen off of the bed, and I would wake up with a start, and then the entire process would repeat itself. Now, despite our ship being really, really well equipped, it couldn't put me out of my misery. Now, why this happens is because Antarctica is surrounded by the circumpolar Antarctic cold current, which keeps the continent cold, and no matter from which continent you try to approach it, you are going to have to cross it. So after 42 excruciating hours, we finally had the first glimpse of the Antarctic landmass. The views of the icebergs floating around us were absolutely stunning, and we were thrilled and waiting to get out onto the mainland. This is us in the mudroom getting ready, putting on layers after layers of clothing, doubling up, double checking to go out into sub-zero temperatures. These are zodiacs or motorized rafts that were supposed to take us on our forays. And this was the sight that greeted us as soon as we were outside. We were mesmerized. We were completely speechless. But before we could go and touch the land, we were hit by another blizzard. And we had to turn around, but not before this fantastic welcome by a humpback whale. Now, when I reached back to the mudroom, I did not realize that the cotton covering that I was wearing on my face had stuck to my nose. So without waiting for it to thaw, I pulled it down. Along with it also came a little bit of my skin. If you people think that a sunburn is painful, wait till you experience a cold burn. As we moved further inside the continent, it got more and more pretty. The views got more and more amazing. Everything looked very pure. It looked very untouched. And then came the wildlife. We saw seals, including the rare leopard seal. We saw penguins, we saw whales, we saw dolphins, we saw Antarctic birds. It was a fantastic experience. The most frequently seen were these Gentoo penguins, which were there in large colonies. They were very cute to look at, but they were very, very stinky. And we are all thrilled and we are trying to get onto the land and finally arrive in Antarctica, but we had to cross these icy waters first on foot because the rafts couldn't go there. And that we did, and finally we had set foot and officially arrived on Antarctica. Next, we sailed through the La Mer Channel, which is also called the Kodak Gap. They call it the Kodak Gap because of the rock faces that you see here. They make some of the most stunning images. When we reached Nico Harbor, that day the katabatic winds were especially strong. One moment we were all posing for pictures, the next moment we were trying to hold on to our gear. But those winds and that sound made us realize that we are finally in a place which is the last wilderness, the last continent. We also visited the Brown Scientific Station, which is the science station of Argentina, and that day I climbed all the way up to this point. And when I was here is when I realized how far I had come. From being filled with self-doubt, I was standing literally on the top of the world, at the bottom of the world. And here is where I felt really grateful. Not to my mom, not to God, but to my doctors. All of you all. This was followed by our visit to the Michelson Harbor. This place is notorious for the remnant of whale bones because of the whaling industry which used to be involved for killing whales. Whale oil used to be the main source of energy, and because of that a large number of whales were killed for more than 200 years. This is the reason why the population of blue whales has almost been decimated. Interestingly, Michelson Harbor is named after Caroline Michelson, who is the first woman to land in Antarctica. Just the enormity of these kind of glaciers made us all very philosophical. It forced us to think that as human beings, as a single species, what is the effect we are having on this intricate web of life? I was also fortunate enough to have an opportunity to speak on the ship about the work that we do and the wildlife conservation success of our country. Basically, we are a mystery to the world. Because despite being the most populous nation in the world, we are not only ensuring the future of our wildlife, but we are making sure that they thrive. All our flagship species are doing really, really well. And because of this, we have attracted a lot of global attention. And I think the reason is basically this. One, traditionally, from Vedic times, we have had a culture of conservation in our country. For example, we respect the right to live of each and every living creature. Second, the series of historic events, including the invasions. For example, the game reserves that were set aside earlier for hunting have today become our protected areas. And third, most importantly, post-independence, there were a series of laws that were passed including constitutional amendments, which made it compulsory for the citizens of this country to protect nature. And most importantly, the same people that the world looks at in awe, the same mass of population which the world thinks is a challenge, is actually our biggest strength. When people come together, they are an unstoppable force. Now, it was time for us to turn our ship around and start going back. We stopped on something called the Deception Island. It is a caldera of an exploded volcano. And on our arrival, we were greeted by these seals. And they were not very happy to see us. These fur seals kept on chasing us around. And this is another example of the whaling history that we see in the continent. These large-size vats that you see are kind of like pressure cookers of modern times. Whale bodies used to be chopped up and put in these and boiled to get the visceral fat out for whale oil extraction. We also went to the mouth of the extinct volcano, and the views that day made me, again, very philosophical. It made me question not only my existence, but as a species, what are we doing? And as we said goodbye to the last sunset in the Beagle Channel, my mind started racing. This is the news just 2 weeks ago. A large ice shelf has broken off of the western half of the continent. The krill, which is the center of the food web of all these wonderful animals that we had seen, is being overfished for the extraction of fish oil, and that is affecting the population of all of these dependent animals. Rapid warming effects because of global warming is decimating their populations and creating havoc on the biodiversity in this continent. And at the same time, the threat of the icebergs melting and sea level rising has not gone away. It is right on the horizon. Despite all of this, there are a lot of nations which are looking to own a piece of the continent. Right now, no nation owns Antarctica. This is because of the Antarctic Treaty and on top of it the Madrid Protocol, which made sure that Antarctica remains a place for scientific exploration and peaceful coexistence. But now, in 2041, the negotiations reopen because the treaty expires in 2048. And that is why Robert Swan has named his foundation 2041, because that is going to be a landmark year in deciding whether Antarctica remains a place of science and peace. Not only is it the coldest place on Earth, not only it is the driest place on Earth, not only does it hold 90% of Earth's ice, but it is also a convergence zone for biodiversity. It also regulates the cold currents. It is a circulation system, and all of it will be disturbed if we lose this continent. Now you must be wondering, what if all the ice was to melt? For example, it melts. So according to one study, if all the ice on Antarctica plus all the glaciers, including the Himalayan ones, were to melt, sea level would rise by roughly 70 meters. You would think we are a tropical country, we are an agrarian country, we have a lot on our minds, we have our own challenges and aspirations. Should we be worried about this? But if you look at the artist's depiction here, I would be worried. I think we all should be worried. Now, for climate change, all of us know that there are certain general solutions that need to be followed. Whether it is moving to a more sustainable lifestyle, whether it is to curb the use of plastic, or to stop fast fashion, or to reduce our emission in our industries, just somehow reduce our carbon footprint. But what in our minds we think is, this is something that the government is supposed to do, or the people in power are supposed to decide for us. I disagree. I think there is a lot that we can do. People like you and me, if we come together, we can actually make positive change. The list here, please take a look at it. This is something that I have thrown together just from the top of my mind. Give yourself 1 point for each of these things that you are already practicing. I'm sure you can make your own list, which is even more exhaustive. Keep making sure that you keep adding to your points. And behave the same way even when nobody is watching. Be the same everywhere. Be part of generation restoration. With that, there are a few gratitudes that I want to give out. First, it is to my service, because without that, I don't think I would have made it to this expedition at all. I'm very, very proud of it. And I call us the last line, the last green line, protecting the vast natural resources of this country. Second is, of course, my friend Charulata, who's an IAS colleague and who pushed me and recommended me for the expedition and also came with me on the expedition. A woman upholding another woman, shout out to her. And last but not the least, my family, especially my husband, who stood by me like a rock through the toughest times and made it possible for me to be here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your inspiring words, ma'am. Through your eloquence, you transported us all through the breathtaking landscapes of Antarctica and, at the same time, broadened our horizons on the pressing issue of climate change. Thank you, ma'am. Please accept this token of gratitude on our behalf.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd like to share something. थैंक यू भाई, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। शो कैसा लगा इंस्टाग्राम पे मैसेज करके बताना कैसा लगा, और कुछ और मैं ऐड कर सकता हूं तो वो भी।
Our next speaker is someone whose typical day consists of walking through the power corridors of India's capital, hunting for stories and anecdotes to narrate. Her expertise and command helps in laying open the heart and core of stories that shook mainstream media, while also bringing out neglected stories from the most remote regions of our nation. If you haven't already guessed, her line of work is journalism, and the channel she works with is the most viewed digital video publisher in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome the editor-in-chief of Brute India, Mehak Kasbekar.
Check. Okay, better now? I was sitting amongst you and you've been an absolutely electrifying audience. All right, there was a lot of laughter, and to follow that is going to be tough, but this is going to be a little bit serious, but I'll try to keep it as interactive as possible. So let me start by asking all of you, do you know who this is? Tom Cruise, right? Well, it's not. This is Miles Fisher, aka Deepfake Tom Cruise, who is a look-alike of Tom Cruise. And he put up videos for months after months using technology that made him look exactly like the actor and made him sound like the actor. This, of course, he did in a bid to draw attention to what we are dealing with today in the digital world. Maybe a few of you who may have seen these videos or other deepfake videos are able to make out the difference and call out a deepfake. But what about your parents or your grandparents? Not so sure now? This is where we come in, journalists and news publishers. And the most important tool in our arsenal is trust. Hello everyone, I'm Mehek Baker, and for the next few minutes, I'm going to talk to you about building trust in a digital world. Earlier, only a few people had access to information and to be able to disseminate that information. These were newspapers, television channels, authors who wrote books, and so on and so forth. But in the digital world, the access to information is at everybody's fingertips now. And the providers of this information, that's why, have multiplied. So anyone with a smartphone, an opinion, and access to the internet is able to also give you information. This is often garbed as news. So while the digital age has given democracy in terms of giving out information, and it's not in the hands of a few people, it has also thrown up complexities of echo chambers, biased news, agenda-driven news, and of course, fake news as well. So trust has become the biggest casualty for publications today. And a society that doesn't trust its media is vulnerable to manipulation, misinformation, and division. Trusted journalism creates an environment where facts are valued over false narratives, and dialogue is driven by reason versus rhetoric. So how do we build trust with our viewers, and what are the best practices? There's a hint here. You, as consumers of news and information online, play a major role. Let's look at this video first.
गुड़गांव में एक्सपोर्ट कंपनी में किसी ठेकेदार ने गार्ड के गाल पे मारा था मेरे सामने। बस उस दिन मैंने कसम खाई थी मैं गार्ड में नौकरी नहीं करूँगा।
आपको गुस्सा नहीं आया कभी?
गुस्सा आता है लेकिन क्या कर सकते हैं।
This video has lakhs of views online across social media and has even won an award. But why did the viewers choose to believe this video, choose to interact with it? There could be people who we interviewed who could have been actors, or it could have been agenda-driven. They thought, which is the viewers thought, this was authentic because they trusted us to give them the information in the most unbiased manner. And how did we build this trust? The first thing to building this is building accuracy. And for this, facts are both your and my best friends. Accuracy and fact-checking are the first steps, not just the who, what, where, when, how, but also double and triple checking facts, even if it is a sentence as simple as, is Mangalore a hilly town or a beach town? The two-source confirmation method, which basically is that if one source is giving you a particular information, can you check the same thing with another independent source? What this does is it will also enable us to give the viewers a depth and a different layer of perspective to you. But where are we checking these facts, or where is the news source that you read checking these facts from equally matters? Is it a newspaper which is widely published and makes very few mistakes? Or is it an online blog which has a clear leaning and is more about opinions versus actually facts? Is it a story that says sources say without naming them? And all of this is also your job, remember, as a viewer, to check when you are taking this information on whether the publication that is giving you this, who is it attributing this information to, and is it clearly attributed? This way, you will know that you have all the information and are able to form a right opinion, or an informed opinion, or an informed choice. Let's take, for example, when stories are evolving very, very fast. And remember, once a piece of information is out there in the public domain, you can't do anything else about it. It's there forever. So especially while reporting something which is still evolving and changing, we do use things like more than, at least, over. So remember, once we've put that information out there, it will still hold for as long as that piece of information is floating in the digital world. Let's talk a little bit about transparency now. How are we transparent with our viewer? For example, if a video is circulating online of a public figure, and you don't know where the genesis of this video is, where does it come from, what date it is shot at, who was it shot by, what do you do? Everybody is out there, they've picked it up, they've already made headlines, they've pushed it out there. Well, if you come across a publication that says, this is the video, we think it was dated this and it's come out, this is the person speaking in it, but we do not know the genesis of it. For example, where was it shot? Or who was it first put online by? You know that the publication is giving you all the information it has at that point in time for you to be able to make that informed decision, and you know that it is being transparent with you with all the information that it has. Let's look at this story as an example. We had an influencer who took to her channel and put out her side of an incident which had happened. In that, she said that she was punched on the nose and was bleeding by a delivery agent. The story went viral really quickly. Everybody in the online world had sort of picked it up. It got millions of views. People started talking about it. Television channels picked it up. And there was a lot of pressure, so much so that even the police had gone ahead and arrested the delivery person. We chose not to put out the story till we had spoken to all parties concerned. So we waited, we got in touch with the delivery person, heard his side of the story, got in touch with the company, got their side of the story, and then put all that information out in an unbiased manner together and published it. And that is what got not just the views, but the engagement, but we got it right, because the story did turn overnight with the sentiment. And this, I think, is what transparency is all about. The next is building objectivity. If I ask you a question, do you think you're a biased person? A lot of you I can't see, but I can see few people nod. So yes, the news is that we are all biased. There is no human being on this earth who is not biased. Bias unknowingly creeps in. It depends on where we are born, who we are born to, who our parents are, what their leanings are, depends on the pop culture we consume, the experiences we go through in school, in college, and the list is really endless. How then are journalists supposed to make sure that these biases that they may unknowingly have do not translate into a story? So for this, we take a step back. First, we give them training to make sure that you know possibly to be aware of certain biases that you may have. Once you're aware of those biases, you have to do your best to make sure that it does not translate into anything that you're writing or speaking in the public domain as a journalist. We circle back to facts. Facts, remember, are your and my best friends to be able to make sure that no bias unknowingly creeps in to what we are putting out there. Here's a simple example. It's not very complicated. When we are talking about public figures, for a journalist, maybe when they're writing a story, it could be somebody who they really love, admire, love their movies, or it could be that they don't like the person, they don't like the public statements that the person has made. But our job as journalists is to make sure that both those facets come together and we put it out there so that you, the viewer, can make up your mind on what you think is right and make an informed decision and choose to interact with that piece of content accordingly. The next is accountability. Is the news source you're following able to take accountability if they get it wrong? No person can get it right 100% of the time, all the time, no matter how hard they try. So there will be mistakes that will be made. Once that mistake is made, how does an organization react to that mistake tells you whether the organization is accountable and how it deals with that. So for example, when you do make a mistake, does the organization own up to it? Does it run a correction? While running a correction, is it clearly and promptly displayed as a story is? How swiftly does that correction come in? Is it 2-3 weeks after a story is published when everything is died down and sort of buried? Or is it immediately, probably sometimes minutes after a story is published? Does it give you the information of what exactly was said that was wrong and then what the correct information is? Also, it is very important that internally an atmosphere of no fear is created when a journalist makes a mistake. Remember, errors are teaching moments, both for the organization and helps in building trust with the viewer. It is important that it be collaborative, the correct training is given so that this, for reporters becomes a perfect score, which in this case, of course, is 0. Next is building competency. Is the journalist the best person to say maybe decode a union budget? What about giving you healthcare advice? Probably not. Building competency is about journalists knowing when is the right time to get an expert in and not them being the people who are giving you that information. So bringing in experts to give information without actually being the expert in the online world and saying, I know best how to do this, is what will help build trust with the viewer. Remember what kind of experts that an organization brings in to give you that information plays an equally important role. Somebody in the public domain, the public statements that the person has made, has it stood the test of time? Are they equipped? Are they trained for something like that? Is there a conflict of interest, for example, when you're bringing in an expert, and whether that has been very clearly stated to the viewer? All of this is important. And remember, even if you get an expert for a time when all they're going to say on the camera is, we actually don't know why so-and-so is happening. So one is when we had a lot of videos of a lot of young people who were dying of heart attack, doing various, odd chores. We chose to get somebody to show us how to do CPR versus sort of the journalist explaining, here are 5 ways you can do CPR, right? Similarly, getting a public health expert during COVID to actually go ahead and say, I don't know why the testing is so-and-so, or has it fallen, is a much better way than just saying, okay, here are 5 sets of data, we think this is what happens, and create an opinion. Even if the public health expert is actually saying, we really don't know the reason to something like that, because you do have an expert who is telling you that. This is really, really important and very close to my heart specifically, empathy and respect. Let me tell you a story. It was the COVID lockdown. We had a young woman who reached out to one of our reporters. She had gone partying during the COVID lockdown. And unfortunately, her mother caught COVID from her after that and passed away. She had reached out to us to give a story so that she could alert others and learn from the mistake probably that she had done. We interviewed her, we put the story up. We were very, very careful that this was not seen from a blame perspective for her. She was very keen to put the story out. We did that, and she got a lot of hate online. She called up the reporter in the middle of the night and said, I don't want to do this, it's too much, there's a lot of hate which has come our way. Now remember, as a publication, we had double-checked everything, we had gotten consent, anything that we had put out over there was not wrong. We chose to take that story down because it is equally important to make sure that the people who, at great cost to perhaps themselves, when they're coming out and speaking and wanting to give information to viewers, we must protect them if they are in physical danger as well. How does an organization refer and use certain terms for people? That will also give you a clue about empathy and respect and how the organization thinks about the information and news that it is giving out to you. What do you think is the right word here for media organizations to use? Okay, sex worker. Unmarried woman. Homemaker. Okay, so these are actually what the Supreme Court of the country has said are okay in using. And the reason for that is, remember, as media, once we start referring to somebody a particular way, society is going to also look at them that particular way. If we are colored, so will you be. And I think it is very, very important to make sure that that empathy and respect is given when you are referring to anybody. So, for building trust, we went through accuracy, we went through transparency, we went through objectivity, we went through accountability, we went through competence, we went through empathy and respect. But all of this has to be done day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, to build that trust. So consistency really is that salt in the meal to build trust that has to be sprinkled all the time to make sure that we are able to keep that trust, not only build it, but able to keep that trust constantly. Remember, trust is the bedrock of journalism, and credible journalists enable a smart society. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you, ma'am, for those thought-provoking words. Please accept this token of gratitude on our behalf.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. For our last, but certainly not the least, performance of the day, we have a distinguished dance ensemble representing the very essence of India. Being the first dance crew to introduce Tron dance in the country, they take immense pride in their extensive array of performances which encompass a wide spectrum of artistic endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Skeleton Dance Crew. Please note, if anybody wishes to film the performance, kindly refrain from using flashlights while doing so. Thank you. If anyone wishes to film the recording, kindly refrain from using flashlights while doing so.
Skeleton Dance Crew, the first dance crew to present Tron Dance Act in India.
Bring that ass back like a boom, 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 boom.
Judges of India's Got Talent says they've never seen something like this before.
Amazing, outstanding, superb.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You guys were brilliant.
Thank you.
Skeleton Crew, you blew my mind.
Wow, that looks good.
Tremendous use of laser technology in a fantastic manner.
This act was really mind-blowing.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Also representing India in many countries across the globe. Skeleton is the best act you can't even imagine in the dark. Skeleton Dance Crew, beyond your imagination.
The lovers at the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, drinking fast and then we talk slow. Come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop, and the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. And I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say one, let's not talk too much. Get on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. You push and pull like a magnet. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room. Now my bedsheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. 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 Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you.
याद च तेरी मैं ता जागर रातां नूं रोक ना पावां अखियां विचों गम दियां बरसातां नूं सारे गिन गिन याद च तेरी मैं ता जागर रातां नूं रोक ना पावां अखियां विचों गम दियां बरसातां नूं हो इश्क तेरा
Thank you, Skeleton Dance Crew, for that stunning performance. Please accept this token of gratitude on our behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our sincere gratitude for your generous participation with us. Now, we would like to call on stage two major forces behind the organization of TEDxNitteDU. Please join me in welcoming our organizers, Harshita Bedi and Maitreyi Shetty.
as stated by Phil Jackson, the strength of the team is each individual member, and the strength of each member is the team.
A few months ago, Siddharth sir called us into his cabin and asked us one simple question. Do you really want to do TEDx? A question which suddenly instilled a wave of motivation in the minds of our entire team. From that day to today, it has been one of the toughest and most exciting journeys of our lives.
As we come to an end of the 4th edition of TEDxNitteDU, I stand here to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who contributed into making this event a resounding success.
First and foremost, we would like to thank all the speakers for their thought-provoking ideas, impassioned talks, and diverse perspectives which have truly inspired and enlightened us all. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, experiences, and insights with our audience. We would also like to thank our performers. We feel lucky to have witnessed the finest execution of art, dance, and music. Thank you for taking our event from remarkable to astounding.
I would like to express my gratitude to our audience. Your enthusiasm, engagement, and open-mindedness have made this event truly successful. Thank you for being a part of our TEDx community and for embracing the spirit of curiosity and inspiration.
We would like to thank Nitte University, the Chancellor, and all the administration's board in the organization of this event. We thank the Dean and the Vice Deans of K.S. Hegde Medical Academy for their constant guidance and support.
Special thanks to our staff advisor, Dr. Siddharth Shetty, who has maintained the legacy of conducting TEDx in our university. Thank you, sir, for the scoldings as well as the appreciation every step of the way.
We would like to thank Professor Vinod Arana for being as kind and understanding as he was, and for introducing us to Mr. Palaksha and Mr. Anil, who with the help of 4th year students of the Nitte Institute of Architecture have helped us to bring our visions to life. The exquisite centerpiece and the beautiful backdrop have truly Sorry about that. The exquisite centerpiece and the beautiful backdrop have truly stolen the spotlight this time.
We thank Dr. Rupa Bhandari, Pooja ma'am, Nitin sir for being the sweetest people ever and being the pillars we could always rely on.
TEDx is a reputable event of unprecedented reach. The process of organizing it has helped us come out of rejections and hardships. From getting the license to setting up the stage to perfection has not been a cakewalk and wouldn't have been possible without our team. We are proud to call this team our team, and we truly each one of them.
We would like to thank Team Curation, who even after facing multiple challenges, did not give up and persevered. Thank you for handpicking a diverse range of speakers and performers, and hence bringing forth ideas worth sharing. We thank Team Social Media and Design for their extraordinary work, on not just our Instagram page, but also for the littlest things that had to be designed. You guys made sure we looked cool.
We're also grateful to the architecture team, coming up with a beautiful interactive corner and making sure everything looked perfect. We thank Team Finance for helping us make budgeted decisions. Handling all those numbers is truly commendable.
We would like to thank Team Operations for designing the website, setting up the stage, and making sure the event runs smoothly. A special mention to Khyati and Habinav for capturing every single glimpse of the event. We thank Team Logistics and Hospitality for making sure felt like home and have a comfortable stay. Your constant running around was not all in vain.
We thank Team Marketing, who stopped at nothing to reach everyone present here and to invite you all to this thought-provoking event. Your missed classes and long drives deserve recognition and appreciation. We thank Team PR and Registrations for handling not just the last-minute calls, but for the wonderfully crafted delegate kits.
A special mention to our seniors, Dr. Rizal Gupta and Dr. Shivam Kaushik, for guiding us throughout. Thank you for being there whenever we needed you.
How can we forget our MCs? We thank Sai Pratiksha and Uttra for binding the whole event together and keeping the audience engaged throughout the event.
An extra special mention to Vikhyat for going out of his way to helping us organize this prestigious event. You weren't just a volunteer, Vikhyat. You were our savior.
I'd also take a moment to thank Shad's event management company for their technical support, the AJ Grand Elite Hotel for housing all our speakers and performers, and Harshita Caterers for keeping our appetites satisfied.
Last but not the least, we would like to thank our housekeeping and security teams. We couldn't have done it without our akkas and annas.
In the end, I would like to thank all the volunteers for working beyond their abilities and helping us make this event a success.
Remember, in this ever-evolving world, change is constant. Let's carry this Delta factor with us as we adapt, grow, and continue our journey. We feel honored to be on this journey of the Delta factor with all of you. This is your organizer, Harshita Bedi.
And your co-organizer, Maitreyi Shetty, signing off. Till we meet again. Thank you.
Change is uncomfortable. In its very essence, you cannot predict it, nor does it always make itself visible. It is also most certainly not a linear event. Instead, it is a constant process of transformation and variation, an inevitable process, one that all things, living and non-living, are subjected to.
Perhaps it is the inevitability of it that makes us resist and evade it. Change challenges stability, identity, tradition, and all the structures and institutions that build and encompass the world. It threatens everything familiar. And perhaps that is why we start dreading it.
But none of the speakers here today could have made a change if they resisted. They gave in to the challenge of change, adapted, persevered, and emerged victorious.
As we come to the end of today's events, we ask you to embrace transformation. When you encounter change, in your Odissi, do not let it waver you. Instead, embrace it as your chance to grow and renew yourselves, ultimately aligning with your path of evolution. Signing off are your hosts for the day, Uttara Krishnan
and Sai Pratiksha.
Goodbye and have a great day.
दोस्तों मेरी ना फोटो बाकी रह गई, मेरे को फोटो खींचने की वीडियो बना